George was knocked down and has to go all the way back. Start again back behind the line of Widowmakers. 14 seconds to go in the half. Chucker Punch finally out of the penalty box. He's going to break loose. And that's going to be the end of the jam. We go to intermission. Score reads North Jetty Betty's 88, Widowmakers 53. Am I on? So 88-53 here at the intermission. Want to thank our underwriters, Rennie Public Law Group, for providing legal services to public agencies throughout California, practicing public law in the public interest. Find out more at renniepubliclawgroup.com. Also want to thank Agency Eye Care, dedicated to providing the community with quality vision care through education, technology, and excellent service. Find out more at AtoZEyecare.com. And then KCPH and Access Humboldt. We're always looking for underwriters for our home games. You can underwrite. You'll also receive exposure on Access Humboldt's TV channel. We're going to take a break. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes for the second half. Score at half, North Jetty Betty's 88, Widowmakers 53. I didn't go to you because we couldn't hear anything, and I didn't want you to get hung up. Yeah, me too.
Check. Check one. Check one. Check one. Hey, out there in the world. Thanks for your patience. We got our mics working now. Kind of. Thanks for watching. We'll get it together here soon. Check one. Checking levels. Very low. Really low. It's lower than it was before. Oh, no, look. Check it out. It's pretty big over there. But I can hardly hear myself.
Can you hear it at all?
Nope. Check a little bit. Just a teeny bit. Check one. Check one. Check one. There we go. Turn up the microphones. There we go. That might be a little loud over there. Check it out. Oh, I can turn it down. Hold on. Check one, check one.
Well, they were beeping.
Check, 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 check. Chickadee check, check one. Are you sick of me saying check yet?
That might not be the right set of headphones. Try and get some of this shit out of here. How about staying home? How about you? Come on. I know. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, battery check. I go check it out. Yeah, good. So, yeah, we got it. We're monitored. Uh, yeah. Let's see if we can hear each other. Should be able to hear each other.
Yes, I am.
Hey, you did a great job.
Thank you.
Sorry. I'm back on it.
When you move around, it's kind of cutting out a little bit.
No sound.
I'm looking for how tired people are. We'll see. It shows us where we need to improve, what drills we need to improve upon. Some things we do repetitive drills on, and we need more of that. I've been a pivot a couple times. Playing a pivot is very fun. There's a lot of variety there. You get to play more O than normal, and you got to be there for your jammer. You got to watch your jammer as well as the other jammer. So there's some more skill involved with being a pivot as well. Definitely, yes.
Display here for the Redwood out, but subsequent move let people sprawling. Yeah. I don't think there's anything that's back in the fold.
Yes. And when you get pushed out and the person who pushed you also lands out, you can hop right back in. There's no need to recycle there.
That's recycling is of course when camera will have to go back from scratch.
Yeah, every blocker that had something to do with them going out.
How much when you see
A lot of practice is in itself conditioning, and I find it really helpful to do things outside of practice that are for my cardio, whether that's biking or hiking and sometimes running. It really does help for practice. Staying very healthy. You have to be healthy to play this game. The muscle memory is there with them.
Oh, do your muscles ever remember that they hurt?
The next day.
Next day.
Scoops is working really hard. They're putting her out there a lot, and she's doing really well. She's back and forth. I like it.
Wow. It's seven. Some jammers are just faster than others.
Yeah.
A jammer in that situation, like would muscle let me go ahead and start off there jam because here in George was fast closing and could wind up in a strong position themselves.
I think the distance between George and Muscles was the same between Muscles and the pack, and that it wouldn't have made sense to keep going. And so they called it.
Overkill for the oh, it's going even if engage it now. Butterpop gets the pass from of the star. All that. In here. So 106.68. 21:51 to go. You're listening to 96.7 KZZH radio here in California. Now, 13, excuse me, 21. Oh! Apex wow. Definitely the player of the match. I cannot believe when you told me that they hadn't played in a year. Man, just incredible. What an athlete. 109.68. Betty's ahead of the Widowmakers. Now, is there any bragging rights to this? Do people give each other a hard time for this one?
I wouldn't say there's too much bragging going on. Everyone's very humble.
No one has to buy a beverage or anything?
I don't think bets are made.
Oh, wow. There you go. Scoob's knocked out there on the far side by Bianca Swagger, and Furious George also knocked out. Both jammers here recycling and coming into turn one. Being held up. That's not working. Butts and braces right there. Getting the job done. And the jam's going to be called off. 1946 to go, 112.71. Chakra Punch coming out to be the jammer for the Widowmakers. It's Clover Kill for the Bettys. And hang with us. We're still experiencing some of the technical problems. And Clover Kill is going to be ridden out of bounds by Stranger Danger. Recycles back in turn one and meets Stranger Danger head on again. Meanwhile, Chakra Punch to the inside takes off. And Chakra Punch did leave the pack, but now is in the penalty box, meaning Clover Kill is the only jammer out there, and the Betty's the only team that has the opportunity to score at the moment. And Clover Kill pushing away. 18:41 to go here in half number two, 112.71 Betty's. Well, I would think, Malice, that there would be a little, just some internal ribbing or trash talking between the teams. That seems a very natural thing to do.
I think, if anything, people look up to each other more.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, a higher calling than the rest of the sports world is roller derby.
Roller derby stands out on a lot of different fronts.
Enlightenment being one of them. So 115.71. Atreyu going again. And Atreyu has been virtually unstoppable. My goodness. Skating forward, skating backwards, skating sideways. Atreyu, speed, agility, leaping ability. The apex jump right there. And Atreyu breaking. Oh, how did they straddle the line there and almost get away with it, and then calling off the jam?
They did decide to call off there, but did you see they only had one hand out?
Right.
So technically they could get back up and they'd still be in. They don't have to recycle if you just have one hand out.
Outstanding. 119.71. And we have the officials talking about a point. There's a timeout here. The officials tonight, should mention them. Referee Lebowski on the outside. Blondie, the jam ref. Aurora Chaser, also an outside pack referee. Megalodonna, the inside pack referee. Missy Elliott is your head ref tonight. And Hellwood Blues is your jammer ref. Refs do a great job here. Now, do you see, are these just local referees, or do you see them in other spots?
Everyone here tonight is a local ref, and the only travel game I did, we did have a couple of these local refs come out and volunteer to referee that travel game. So that was really amazing of them. We really appreciate them. Everyone you see here working and doing a job is a volunteer.
That's what's very impressive. One of the many impressive things. The insurance policy was pretty impressive. So here we go. It looks like Carl Sparks. And the Bettys are going to put someone else in there to be a jammer.
Not Lisa.
Not Lisa, and that isn't. It's Stranger Danger, and Not Lisa. So Not Lisa has finally broken away with Pex, and here comes Stranger Danger, knocked out by Slam Chowder. And then Skating and Rotten Chulicora is going to push out. Stranger Danger is going to head to the penalty box. Coming around is Not Lisa. Not Lisa, first time on a jam in this game. And Not Lisa scoring some points as breaking away, tangled up with Bjorn Wicked and now breaking loose. Also in on the play, that was Escargogo in their first game. So, Not Lisa coming up to the pack, back in the game now and driving. Back in the game with the penalty being served is Stranger Danger. Stranger Danger on the outside into Slam Chowder and Hiss and Tell. Not Lisa has to recycle back along the straightaway between turns 3 and 4. And kind of a mosh pit right now. Stranger Danger's got to go back to the penalty box. Not Lisa still pushing, has been caught up in turn number 4 by Bjorn Wicked for virtually the entire jam. And the jam runs out of time. If there ever was a jam that just should have been called off, it was that one.
Yeah, now we've got 3 widows in the box, including
Wow.
the jammer.
Wow.
So
and the pivot. What do you do now?
We're
There's
gonna
no
start off-
leadership out there.
This is going to be a power jam.
It is a power jam. Much like the penalty play in hockey or something like that. The numbers are with the Bettys. In fact, only 2 blockers, only 2 widows, period, on the track. And Cloverkill is going to easily bust through that. Now, the good news for the jammers, it's so easy. The not so good news is you're only going to pass a couple players if you're going to get any points. And recycling out after a hit by Otter Pop. Good play there. And back in is Stranger Danger and Bjorn Wicked. And finally, the pivot comes in. So Widowmakers at full strength. And the jam's going to be called off. The Bettys picked up 4, 127.73. Now, at a point like this, when you get a lead, is this lead safe?
What do you mean by safe?
That the Bettys, they just have to be sensible and they're going to wrap this thing up.
Oh, with 127 to 73, Bettys are insured to win, is what you're saying?
Yes.
You never know.
I understand
With
you never know.
With 13 minutes, you don't know. If it was closer to 2 or 3, I would say, yeah, they've got it. But we could see a really amazing jam where everyone is going to the box and we round up many points.
There you go. Hiss and Tell knocked Carl Sparks out of off the track. What a play by Hiss and Tell, their signature moment of their rookie game. And Furious George is knocked to the track. Whoa, what a move by Furious George. Going to fake Otter Pop out. Otter Pop fell flat on their back. Furious George breaks loose. Time running in the jam, just a little over a minute. George has scored 4 points. And breaks to the inside and knocked out. We'll have to recycle back. And Carl Sparks is loose. Back on the track and loose. Furious George picking up points and then calling out the jam. 135-73. If you have a big lead and there's still over 12 minutes to go, what are some of the things you can do to be smart, to kind of burn clock and kind of help your odds of winning the game.
You definitely don't want the other team to score any points, and so the strategy there is if you're lead, you call off before opposing team can score not even 1 point. So you might end the jam if you're lead after 20 seconds.
Okay, so calling off the jam is the strategy. Sprocket Rocket driving. This is just a brute force the way they're attacking the defense right now. And Scoops is on the outside. We've got players flying all over the place. That's Riptide, a rookie, falling over on the inside of the track there. And now Scoops coming around. And Scoops met hard by the Betties. One in the penalty box for the Betties as Scoops is on the outside. Here comes Sprocket Rocket, and Scoops calls it off. Four points on that jam, 135-77. What is the age range of the team?
I believe our youngest player is under 21, but definitely you have to be over 18. And I think we have a couple players that are in their 50s.
Wow.
So it's wide.
Wow, a 50-year-old roller derby player. That's amazing. And breaking loose for the first time is Scarcross Lover. Scar coming in to try to score their first points in a rookie and taking on the rookie Hissentel. And that looks like not Lisa and Rotten Chilicora. Look at that. Scoring in, and Hissentel comes and hits from the blind side and knocks Scar down. But Scar's going to score their first points ever. 4 points there. 135-81. Looks like a timeout. Now, have you ever been in a position where you've scored a point?
Yeah, I do. I jam at least once a half.
Really?
Yeah. They want us to all try it out, and I've done it, and it feels good when you get points. But when you're stuck behind a wall of bodies, it's infuriating.
And that's that hard pushing.
Yeah, you kind of just have to sit there and push until you break a bridge off and break a bridge off for 30 feet potentially.
I can't even imagine. I used to the high school days playing the high school football. We would push the sled, with our shoulders, and you'd push into the sled and drive the sled. The coach would be standing on it. And that's what this reminds me of.
It's the same thing.
Oh, man, I hated that. Timeout over. It's going to be Atreyu and Chakra Punch as the jammers. Chakra Punch, a nice move to the outside, and then delivers a blow and is going to disengage with Sprocket Rocket and be loose and ready to score points. Meanwhile, for the first time, Atreyu has really been kind of wrapped up. I say kind of because they've been so elusive in this game. Chakra Punch scoring points and delivering some blows as Bianca Swagger is the last defensive person that she's able to pass. And we have a player down on the track, and it's Atreyu. And we have a timeout. Players will surround Atreyu. Looks like an ankle injury. So here come the trainers. You don't want anybody, especially in an exhibition game and especially in an inter-squad scrimmage, you certainly don't want anybody getting hurt. You certainly don't want a person who's been the star of the match, really. And coming back after a year, it's unfortunate to suffer any kind of injury.
Yeah, injuries are never a good thing, and we try and avoid them the best we can, but
It's unavoidable.
in general, they're inevitable.
They're inevitable.
After a certain time.
Does everybody get hurt here and there?
Yes. Yes.
And you knew that going in.
Definitely.
And you're smiling. It didn't bother you.
No. I would much rather be here doing this, potentially getting hurt, than not doing it.
So tray you up and trying to put a little weight on that skate. Let me ask you a question. You said you were a high school athlete. You were playing volleyball. You were running on the track team. Once you got into contact, did you like it?
Oh, yeah. It was like, it fulfilled something. It's like, I describe roller derby.
Malice was born.
Malice was born. I describe roller derby as a little bit of therapy and a little bit of a drug, because your endorphins are firing off when you're playing, practicing even, and it's kind of addictive after a while.
There it is. Malice in Wonderland story. Hooked on roller derby.
Addicted to derby.
Addicted to derby. That'd be a good name. So here we go. Setting up for the 18th jam of the half. Scoobs is back out there, as is not Lisa. And here we go. Scoobs gets off the mark well and breaks loose. And wow, has really showed some real energy tonight as a jammer. Meanwhile, fighting is not Lisa, and not Lisa driven out by stranger danger here in turn number 1 and has to recycle, as does Scoobs. So both players going back to recycle. And Otter Pop running screenplay for Scoobs, and Scoobs is going to call this thing off. A little over 8 minutes to go. First game of a doubleheader. The second game is going to see the knockouts from Ventura. West Coast Derby knockouts from Ventura, all the way from Ventura. Now that's a long drive. Teams like coming up here?
I think they do. We treat our traveling teams very well. And
what do you do for them?
A lot of times we get them gift baskets, and we really appreciate them. Sometimes we can host people if available if we need to.
Carl Sparks breaks loose. Are there any sort of meals or parties or anything that happen?
After the game, we have an after party at the Shanty, which is a bar in Eureka.
There you go.
Very fun and exciting, and we get to meet face to face without all our gear on the opposing players.
That's cool. Carl Sparks and Cloverkill on the jams. Carl Sparks knocked out on the inside trying to do an apex jump, and we'll go ahead and call off the jam. 136.93. Check that, 137.93. So getting ready for Chakra Punch is broken loose and coming around the corner. Ahead on the jam. And there we go. Sorry, technical difficulties trying to deal with. The star has been passed to Rotten Chulakor, who's wrapped up with Stranger Danger. Chakra punch down into turn number 1, trying to pick up more points for the Widowmakers, and it calls off the jam. That'll put the Widowmakers over 100, I think. And it will. 101 now for the Widowmakers. They trail 137-101. They won that jam 8-0. Both teams over 100. Scoobs is back out there. Scoobs is taking the majority of the jams for the Widowmakers. That's a lot. How many jammers do you usually rotate in any one game?
We hope to have 4 jammers on each team, but sometimes you get 3 or even 2, and then
Two would be.
other blockers will give it a turn.
What a move by Sprocket Rocket on the inside. As they recycled back, Sprocket Rocket and Scoobs each took a long run to it, but it was Sprocket Rocket that got outside, and now both of them knocked out on the outside of the first straightaway. They will go ahead and recycle back. Getting to that point in the game with just 4 minutes to go, when there's some heavy legs and tired bodies, I can't imagine people playing a doubleheader. Sprocket Rocket with some good inside moves, now tangled up for a second there with Bjorn Wicked. Each team has scored 4 so far on this jam. Sprocket Rocket doing the work now because Scoobs is in the penalty box. So the North Betty Jetties, only team able to score, and a huge run there for Sprocket Rocket, 12-0 run. What's the longest run you've ever seen?
Point-wise?
Yeah.
Probably something like 25 points.
I think we had a 24 here one night when I was broadcasting. So, yeah. Furious George is the jammer for the Betties. And Scoobs runs into Hiss and Tell, a couple of rookies there, and now gets Rotten Chulakor. Driver out. Here comes George up to the pack and is able to scoot away on the inside, looking to the bench for some direction. Clock running, a little over 2 minutes to go in the match, 153-101. Furious George might want to try to skate out the jam, would virtually take it to the end of the game. The North Jetty Betties are going to have the bragging rights, whether they use them or not. It's up to them. And now the jam called off. Looks like an 11-4 score for the session, 160-105. Timeout with just the 1:59 to go. So you're going to get loose here for the second game?
Yeah, I need to start warming up.
Well, if you want to be excused to go warm up, you can do that. I want to thank you for coming out. I thought you were great.
Yeah, this was a real honor. It was awesome to talk about roller derby and get to watch it and talk about it at the same time.
Let me ask you one more question before you leave. You're very knowledgeable. Is there a coach in you?
I don't think so. I don't know.
That?
I don't know if I'd like to be a coach, but I like to help out my teammates when we're on the track, and I'm just very new to derby. I like it a lot, and I put a lot of effort into it, but I am still very new.
Well, that's obvious. The enthusiasm is great. Well, Malice, thank you.
Thank
Shake
you
your
very
hand.
much.
Yes, wonderful to have you. You go warm up and get ready for game number 2, and we'll take it home with the last 159.
Catch me in the next game, number 86.
86. Now, is that significant? Have you been 86 quite a lot, or?
I think it's funny because I worked in restaurants, so
There you go.
86 is good. And when I go to the penalty box, they yell at me, 86, you're out. And
There you go. That's
yeah.
perfect. Like
All
a
right.
bouncer. Cloverkill pushing and breaking loose. Knocked to the ground there, not Lisa. Wow. And Chakra Punch laughing and taking it around the track. The jam and the game clock virtually the same. We're going to have the jam called off. Clock running at 1:15. There was 4 points scored by the Bettys. Want to tell you that this broadcast is underwritten by the Speakeasy Bar, New Orleans-inspired custom-built bar, seasonal craft cocktails, local fresh ingredients, live jazz, and music. Located 411 Opera Alley in Eureka. And the Rennie Public Law Group, providing legal services to public agencies throughout California, practicing public law in the public interest. Stranger Danger breaks loose in the last jam of the night for the Widowmakers and then heads into the rookie Hiss and Tell, who's done pretty well here in that second half. I think the Humboldt Roller Derby has to be happy with the debut of some of these rookies, 5 in this game. Now on the inside, an apex jump. Rotten Chilicor went for the hip check, could not get Stranger Danger, and points were scored for the Widowmakers. 8, in fact, 164-113. Want to also thank A to Z Eye Care, dedicated to providing community with excellent quality vision through education and excellent service. That's going to be the game. 164-113 is the unofficial score, and the North Jetty Betties will take the home match from the Widowmakers. So 164-113. Fans out on the track to give some love to the two squads. We're going to have the West Coast Knockouts all the way from Ventura, California coming up. And right there, we're going to send it back to the station at KCZH. Once again, final score, North Jetty Betties 164, Widowmakers 113.
Rock me. Welcome to the KZZH Community Calendar for the week starting Friday, September 26th, 2025. On Friday, September 26th, get informed about the tiny life form that inhabit the ocean at Drifters of Ouija from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. Lorena Dominguez, a Cal Poly Humboldt biology student and the North Coast Environmental Center, will present on plankton and the importance of citizen science to protect and monitor plankton in the bay. It's free, but donations are appreciated. Email natmus@humboldt.edu or call 707-826-4480 to find out more. Also on Friday, it's the Lost Coast Steamers Mixer from 5 to 7 p.m. at Fatsy Klein's Parlor Lounge, 139 2nd Street in Eureka. This is a monthly mixer for steampunk enthusiasts to gather and is brought to you by the Lost Coast Steamers Steampunk Consortium. Call 707-444-3344 to find out more. On Saturday, September 27th, come to the Fall Clothing and Halloween Costume Swap from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Gene Lucas Community Center, 3000 Newburgh Avenue in Fortuna. Bring your gently used adult clothing, but no socks or undergarments, please, and all ages Halloween costumes to the swap. Email Jessica, JESSYCA, @glccenter.org or call 707-725-3300 to find out more. Also on Saturday, join the Worldwide Day of Play scavenger hunt at the Morris Graves Museum of Art, 636 F Street in Eureka. The Morris Graves will participate in Our Worldwide Day of Play by hosting a scavenger hunt focused on play. The MGMA scavenger hunt will give families clues that encourage exploration of the MGMA, its 7 galleries and courtyard sculpture garden, with a focus on engaging children in visual arts and the exhibitions at the museum. Children and families are invited to participate in this event by picking up a scavenger hunt map at the museum front desk. Find out more by going to humblearts.org. Finally, on Saturday, there will be a free community skin cancer screening from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at St. Joseph Hospital, 2700 Dolbear Street in Eureka. Get a professional skin evaluation from Providence providers, learn about the importance of skin health, gain peace and mind through early detection. Pre-registration is encouraged but not required. Call 707-445-8121, extension 6340 to reserve your spot and find out more. On Sunday, September 28th, enjoy the Scotia Band concert starting at 4 p.m. at the Christ Episcopal Church, 1428 H Street in Eureka. This is a free concert, but donations will be gladly accepted. Also on Saturday, the Summer Music Series continues from 1 to 3 p.m. at the Humboldt Botanical Garden, 7351 Tompkins Hill Road, College of the Redwoods Campus, North Entrance in Eureka. This family-friendly series invites you to bring your lawn chairs and picnic blankets to enjoy while sipping wine, beer, and other refreshments and food available for purchase, or bring your own. Go to hbgf.org to find out more. Finally, on Sunday, there will be a National Day of Service from 1 to 4 p.m. at the Eureka Women's Club, 1531 J Street. This event is focused on domestic violence awareness, human trafficking, and violence against Indigenous women. Go to eurekawomensclub.org to find out more. On Tuesday, September 30th, come to the Old Town Farmers Market from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. in Old Town on F Street between 1st and 3rd Streets in Eureka. There will be fresh fruits and vegetables, bread, donuts, jam, crafts, and live music. No pets, but trained ADA certified service animals are welcome. CalFresh EBT customers receive a market match at every farmer's market. Email info@northcoastgrowsassociation.org or call 707-441-9999 to find out more. Also on Tuesday, check out English Express, an English language class for adults. Build your English language confidence in ongoing online and in-person classes. All levels and first languages are welcome. You may join at any time and pre-registration is not required. Go to EnglishExpressEmpowered.com or call 707-443-5021 to find out more. On Wednesday, October 1st, you are invited to Humboldt's Hidden Critters, What the Heck is That Insect? Starting at 7 p.m. at the Arcata Marsh Wildlife Sanctuary Interpretive Center, 569 South G Street. Kevin Huntley's presentation will be followed by a Q&A session. Call 707-826-2359 to find out more. Also on Wednesday, get some work done at the Community Cafe open co-working space from 12 to 4 p.m. at the Humboldt Unitarian Universalist Fellowship, 24 Fellowship Way in Bayside. Bring your laptop and your projects. They'll provide the coffee, Wi-Fi, and access to a black and white printer. It's free, but donations are appreciated. Email office@huuf.org or call 707-822-3793 for the details. Finally, on Wednesday, there will be an online 350 Humboldt monthly meeting from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Learn about and engage in climate change activism with a community of like-minded people. Email 350humboldt@gmail.com for a Zoom link or call 707-677-3359 for more information. On Thursday, October 2nd, there will be an open art night from 5 to 7 p.m. at the Gene Lucas Community Center, 3000 Newburgh Avenue in Fortuna. Bring your own project or work on a project provided. This is an all-ages event. Email jessica@jlccenter.org or call 707-725-3330 to find out more. Also on Thursday, come to Storytellers and Writers Book Club for tweens and teens from 4 to 5 p.m. at the Trinidad Library, 380 Janus Court in the Trinidad Room. This is an event for tweens and teens to share ideas on world building and books they've read or would like to write. To submit your nonprofit event to the KZZH community calendar, go to kzzh.accesshumboldt.net and follow the community calendar link located near the top of the page. Your event information will be read twice a day, at noon and 5 p.m. on weekdays and at noon on the weekends. Your event information will also be shared on the Access Humboldt TV's bulletin board. Access Humboldt, local voices through community media. For KZZH in Eureka, I'm Isabella Vanderheiden.
Welcome back to Franceschi Hall. We're here between games of our doubleheader. The first game was the home team, traditional scrimmage between the North Jetty Betties and the Widowmakers. Now, I'm here with Sasha Thrash. Sasha Thrash is a player and the president of the Humboldt Roller Derby. So
yes,
the chief executive is here.
newly president. Our longtime president, Bianca Swagger, who just skated, handed it over as, you know, life happens and she's got other things going on. So I was happy to step in and help. I love roller derby so much. It kind of consumes my life. So I was like, I could be the president too. That's fine.
Now, does somebody hand that off? Is that an elected position?
Yeah, so the board does have to vote on me becoming the president. But you gotta like get somebody who wants to do it, you know, like it's work. So for a while, Swag held on to it for so long because you know, it's hard to find somebody who wants to kind of take on that responsibility.
What was it in you that made you want to do it?
But I don't know. I have experience like working in nonprofits. I have been an executive director, so I was like, I have this skill set. And like I mentioned, I just love Derby so much. Like I want to do whatever I need to do to help our league and our team, and no one else was stepping up. So I was like, I'll do it.
Tell me how an executive director of a nonprofit becomes a roller derby skater.
I started in grad school. So when I was a busy grad student, I was like, I need an outlet. And it was actually somebody in my cohort who had been doing training camp and, you know, was familiar with roller derby and asked me if I wanted to come and do camp with them. And I was like, yeah. And I fell in love immediately. It's the hardest thing I've ever done. I'm not good at being bad at things. Like if I'm not good at something, like immediately, usually I quit. Derby was not like that. Like the challenge and like the strategy just really hooked me. And I was like, this is worth trying really hard for.
You know, when I've talked to your players in interviews, there's a lot of people that say the same things, that they just got hooked and wanted to learn the game. Well, speaking of getting hooked and learning the game, you had 5 new skaters in that game tonight between the Betties and the Widowmakers. What did you think of their debut?
Man, they did incredible. You know, we We've been kind of in rebuild phase since COVID, and so we've just really leaned into having like mixed level practices. Like everyone practices together, and I think it just really benefits the newer skaters to skate up, to skate with the more vetted senior skaters, and that really showed out there with their smarts, their track awareness, with how they were hitting people, getting back up, and they're so enthusiastic. Like we have so many jobs to do, and they're just like the first one to be like, let me help, like I'm here to do it. And we really need that energy. So on the track, off the track, they're just doing an exceptional job. I'm so proud of them.
Is it now? Actually, you have 6 players debuting tonight because Leica Virgo is going to debut, but not in the game between the Bettys and the Widowmakers. They are going to debut in the Rollers game against the West Coast Knockouts.
That's right. Yeah.
Is that a big jump? Has anybody done that?
Not for the very first game on the rollers. So this next game will kind of be a mixed rostered game. So the original intention was to have it the rollers A team against Ventura's A team. And I think Ventura had a good amount of injuries, and they had to kind of do like a roster pivot and asked if we could do sort of like a mixed level game instead. Virgo's an excellent skater. I think she's going to be jamming tonight, so she's got some good things
in
to
a
show.
Debut? Yeah,
I mean, you gotta get out there and do it sometime, right?
Wow.
You have to. Every skater has to go through 2 scrimmages, so unofficial or official scrimmages, where we're just playing each other usually on a Thursday night. It's open to the public. It's free. Our next one is actually next Thursday. If you guys missed this game and want to come live, we'll be playing ourselves. But so every new skater has to complete 2 of those before they can even play in like a game, an interleague game, a game against somebody else. So she's done that. She's ready to go, and yeah, we'll see how she does out there this second game.
That's amazing. Now, tell me, I mean, the West Coast Knockouts, Derby Knockouts, are from Ventura, California. How do you get a team from Ventura to come to Humboldt County?
I don't know, honestly.
Well, you're the president. This is radio. You have to know.
Well,
Don't do that to me.
what I can say is that we have an interleague job, right? We have somebody who is connecting with leagues all across California, Oregon, Washington, sometimes in Canada.
That's a position on
it's a job.
Who does that job?
So Jess Stroyer, who's not here tonight, I think she's under the weather, unfortunately. She is interleague, so she does all the booking and scheduling and gets us into tournaments and finds teams to come and play us. So it's kind of a running joke. Like, it is really hard to get people to come behind the Redwood curtain. We're so far away. But it's incredible when people are lovely and come all the way. We saw a skater in the bathroom who was like, I drove 10 hours all day to get here, or all last night. So yeah.
Do they like it when they come here? Do teams like coming to Humboldt County?
I think so, yeah. I mean, especially from a place like Ventura, like Southern California is very different than Humboldt County. I grew up in Southern California. Like, it's just a totally different vibe. So hopefully they enjoy the big trees and they get like to see a different kind of beach and ocean than what they're maybe used to. And we, not to toot our own horns, but we do get a lot of compliments about just how welcoming we are and how like great our fans are, and just everyone has a good time. So
well,
I think
have 2 thoughts off that. One is, what do you do for these teams that come up?
Yeah, so I mean, we kind of do just like a little welcome basket. I think we used to do stipends, but it's been hard since COVID as we continue to rebuild. And honestly, like, sometimes people come like for the rankings, right? So this game is not actually going to be a sanctioned game for rankings. When it was originally planned, it was, and so that was probably part of the reason that they felt like it was worth it for them to come. Was because it could benefit their rankings in some way to play us. And yeah, that's usually how you get teams to kind of go to far away places.
Where is their A team ranked? Are they a good team?
I should know this, and I don't know. I think they are below us, so it can be advantageous to play up, because if you win or if you lose by like not a lot of points, it can still shift your rankings in a beneficial way. There's a wild algorithm for the rankings that I do not understand. Very smart math people with the Women's Flat Track Derby Association manage all that, but.
And they figure it out.
Yes.
Had you heard of this team before?
Yeah, definitely.
That's outstanding. So they come all the way up, and do you host them at the after party and whatnot?
Oh yes, yeah. That's like one of the awesome things about Derby is we're like fierce on the track, knocking each other over, but at the after party, we're all friends. So we for sure invite them and we all hang out and have a good time and laugh and dance. And yeah, it's lovely.
Okay, and then they've got the long drive home tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah. Hopefully they got a little time before the game and maybe a little time before they go home to do some sightseeing, etc. Yeah.
Is it hard to take the Humboldt team on the road?
Yeah. It's hard to get out of it's hard to get here. It's hard to get out of here. We went to the Bay Area recently for a tournament. And as we posted, we unfortunately had to pull out because of sickness. So we like prepped really hard for that. We carpooled, we, rented a place to stay. We paid the tournament fee and to like, only get to do one out of the 3 games and 1 out of the 3 days was a bummer. But it's not going to stop us. We're going to try for it again. We've been to a couple different places out of town this year, whether it be a tournament or just like somebody else's home game. We go to Shasta a fair amount, Reading, to play Shasta because they're, pretty close. But it takes, time and resources to get us out there.
Does Southern California have a strong roller derby scene?
Yes, one of the top teams in the world, the Angel City Roller Derby out of Los Angeles. Yeah, and then SoCal Roller Derby, they're out of like the San Diego area. They're pretty high ranked. Who else? I'm sure there are more. I mean, Southern California is huge, so there's teams all over the place. But yeah, definitely LA, like one of the top teams out there.
So would Ventura, this team, the Knockouts, play Angel City?
They might play like their B or C team. That was actually, we played Angel City's C team at the tournament and we won. So that was really awesome. But that just kind of shows you the difference of like, a smaller rural team, like A level kind of competing with like a C level team out of a big city.
Interesting. And then from what I've understood when I've done the games before is that Portland is the hot city, right?
Yes, Portland is the best team in the world many years in a row now. But they're having some transitions. They're losing some of their top skaters, so I think a reign can only last for so long. Lives change, people leave or want to do other things. So we'll see what it's like with Derby champs next year. Yeah.
Interesting. Have you gone up and played any of the Portland teams?
Not me. I feel like pre-COVID, our team maybe played one of their home teams. We've definitely gone to Salem several times to play Cherry City.
Right.
They're a pretty good team,
They're
and they
very
come
good.
here. Yeah, they're very good. I'm trying to think of who else in Oregon. I mean, the first tournament that we went to this year back in May was in the Dalles, Oregon.
Right.
So we played, some Oregon and Washington and California teams up there.
Do you take the summers off because you give your team time to travel?
Yeah, we take summers off so like people can have a break and like do family stuff and vacation, and also because the building's not really available. Redwood Acres uses it for their fair and like other things. So it kind of works out.
And then are these other teams that you're talking about, are they taking the summer off?
Yeah, so teams kind of vary. There is technically like a like an interleague season, and our season does vary slightly. It's kind of still within the same months, but like when we start and stop is different than some teams. But we have enough like active months. We're doing like 6 home games a year plus like 1 to 3 or 4 away games or tournaments. So we definitely have like plenty of people to pick from during the active season to like skate against.
Outstanding. And you're already working on your 2026 schedule?
Yeah, we're already thinking about it. I actually just emailed RA the other day being like, hey, when can we talk? There's a tournament we're thinking about in Canada.
Wow, we're in Canada.
In Saskatoon.
Saskatoon.
So that is out there.
Wow.
It's going to be a trek. We'll see what happens. We have been accepted, so I think we just kind of have to finalize our decision to do that.
Saskatoon, that's out on the prairie in Canada.
Yeah, in like the middle of Canada. There is like zero. You can't. We have to. I think we're gonna have to drive down to San Francisco and fly out of there to like make
I
it
think they were in
affordable.
Saskatchewan.
Yeah, exactly.
Really? How many of our listeners know their Canadian provinces? I think it's in Saskatchewan.
It is. Yes, it is.
Saskatoon. It is?
Saskatoon. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at that. That's amazing. Well, what opportunities? I mean, you have this incredible organization, which I marvel at every time, and I learn something every time I was talking to Malice. I always ask players, your players. I didn't ask you tonight, but I asked the players how they get their names, and Malice told me that they had to sign up for their insurance. What?
Oh, yeah.
Insurance?
Yes.
Derby?
Yeah, that insurance comes in handy. When I broke my ankle this year, it helped offset the cost of my surgery.
Wow.
You have your own primary insurance, but the extra derby insurance helps too. And we can't play without it. So
Unbelievable.
we're very serious about safety.
It just shows the power of the organizations, the flat track organizations.
Yes,
That's
yeah.
fantastic. Well, I mean, I'm often so unbelievably impressed with just the organization, the volunteerism, and how you guys put together this league and this sport. Anything on the I don't want to call it wish list, but the aspirational list for the future.
Always.
I mean, Saskatoon is pretty huge.
Yeah, I mean more tournaments. I think like the super mega wish is to have our own space, to have a building that we own or that we just can have access to more often. We love Redwood Acres. We've been partnering with them for a long time, but they rent to a lot of other people. They have a lot of other events. We're kind of limited on like when we can be here. So to have our own space to just be able to do what, when, where we want would be excellent.
Wow. It's got to have a great name, though, like Franceschi Hall.
Yeah.
Live from Franceschi Hall.
Exactly. I'm trying to, so Rose City in Portland, they call their space the Hangar.
Oh, the Hangar.
The
I like
Hangar,
it.
and Denver's is the Roller Dome.
Is Denver a good team?
Denver is one of the top teams in the world also, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I got to go practice with them at one of their like kind of mixed level scrimmages when I was traveling for work earlier this year, and it was so fun.
And did you specifically do that were you on like a recon mission to come and bring some?
No, I travel for work, and when I go places where I know there are roller derby teams, a lot of us do this. We have a fair amount of people who travel for work, so if we're like, oh, we're going this place, let me look up the team that's there and see if they have like a drop-in policy. And most leagues do. We do. If people are visiting, they can come skate with us.
That's
you just
amazing.
gotta let you know
they're
ahead of
welcome
time. Yeah. It was awesome. I skated with
Wow.
one of my like favorite players who I fangirl over. I was just like in awe.
And what? So, how do you know about? I mean, I'm going to say this. I look on the website. There's no statistics. How do you know who your favorite players are?
Yeah, so I guess there's not like public statistics on skaters, but there's a lot of like YouTube content of roller derby bouts. So I watch a lot of roller derby. It's really good for strategy. It's just really good to get your brain, your head in the game. So I watch enough roller derby where I like know these. I've seen these players skating a bunch, and I'm like, oh, I really love the way they skate. Like I want to try to emulate that. So that's kind of how I get my favorites, because it's like they're so bad at the good.
What is this player's name on the Denver team?
Her name is Chinaski.
Chinaski.
Yeah, she used to skate with the team in Argentina.
Wow.
And
there's teams in Argentina.
Yeah, all across Latin America, Australia. I think New Zealand has a team. All across Canada, Sweden.
Oh, you got to go down to Humboldt versus Buenos Aires. Or something.
Right.
That would be amazing. The story is the organization. The story is the energy that people put behind it to make it happen. And every time I sit down and talk to one of you, the levels of the next the information I get the globalism, the insurance, the drop-in policy. It just really, I think it's a great story.
It is, yeah. I mean, we're all different, but we kind of follow the sort of same recipe. And yeah, it is like a global community, which is incredible. You have like your little micro community, and then you have the broader just like umbrella of all that is roller derby.
Now, you're going to have to go coach this game?
Yes, I'm gonna have to go take
You're
a
gonna
quick
head out here
bathroom
pretty
break
quick?
and bench coach this next game. Yeah.
Is that something you like doing?
I do, yeah. Like I mentioned, I broke my ankle this season, and so I had to pivot to learning to new things. So I tried my hand at announcing during RollerCon. I still managed to make it to RollerCon. I was off skates this time, but I wheeled around on my knee scooter, took some announcing classes, took a bench coaching class, bench coached our game at the tournament that we had to leave. So I really like it. There's like different kind of bench coaching positions. I really like taking stats. So like watching in real time, like the matchups of like blockers and jammers, and seeing like what kind of shifts need to be made to be a little more strategic in how we're playing.
Fantastic. So is this just an extension of a career? You're looking at, I've played, now I've had a serious injury. If I come back, if I don't come back though, there's plenty of places in the game for me.
Exactly. I'm back. I will skate next month.
Okay.
but
Next month?
yeah, next month. Hopefully. We'll see. I'm on the 20 roster. We'll see if I make it onto the 15. I am going to scrimmage next Thursday.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Are you ahead of schedule?
A little bit. I wanted to be back on skates in September, and I'm back to roller derby in September. So,
Oh.
yeah.
Is that your schedule or somebody else's schedule?
It's my schedule. I wanted to give myself enough time, and I like listen to my body. I listen to my PT, and I'm like I'm feeling good to do these things. So
Well, I wish you luck.
thank you. Yeah, I do think like that. The break kind of really made me feel like I'm a lifer. Like when it is time for me to be done skating, I can do so many other things.
I
and I'm
can
gonna
tell
be
you're a
excited
lifer.
about
No,
it.
you're invested.
100%.
Yes. Wow. Well, what a great outlook on it all. This is stay involved and to hang in there. That's fantastic.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you have to go get your?
I think so. I want to let everyone know I'm coming over there.
All
Make
right.
a quick stop, but it was a pleasure as always to chat with
Oh,
you.
as always. Yeah, there you go. Well, you don't have anybody that is more amazed every time they come to the hall than me. When I'm lucky because I get to find out all these stories and this backstory of what flat track roller derby is, and
Yes.
really, folks, how amazing the whole, the sum of the whole is.
Yeah. Well, we really appreciate having you here this season. This is a literal game changer for us to be able to stream like this. So we're super grateful to have you. And
We even got calls when we were having technical difficulties. People at home
yeah,
were saying,
we can't hear
I was like, now that's a good sign.
Yeah,
Not that we
people
were
are
off.
people are tuning in.
That's fantastic. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
All right. Good
All
luck,
right,
Coach.
Thank you.
President Sasha Thrash with us at halftime. We're minutes away from the start of game number 2, the West Coast Derby knockouts. I'll read you the profile that they've sent about their organization, and I would imagine that other organizations' stories are as interesting. They say they are an all-inclusive flat-track roller derby league based in beautiful Ventura, California. The Ventura Highway, Highway 1, founded in 2008. The league is composed of persons from all walks of life: teachers, students, cosmetologists, artists, legal professionals, medical professionals, financial advisors, project managers, mothers, grandmothers, etc. The West Coast Derby knockouts take pride in upholding a family-friendly style of roller derby. Our goal is to promote fitness and friendship through every hip check and knee slide while empowering persons of all ages, shapes, and sizes and athletic ability. West Coast Derby Knockouts provides the sport of roller derby by creating an inviting form and comfortable environment for all members at any skill level that fosters confidence, athleticism, and fortitude. Members will develop and sharpen Derby skills while creating lifelong relationships with league mates. With strong foundation based on teamwork and love for the sport, West Coast Derby knockouts hope to transcend local competition and become national contenders while sustaining their values. Hey, we have another guest star coming up. Welcome to the halftime program, and I guess the broadcast here in the second half, right? You're going to stay with us the whole time?
The whole time.
Chakra Punch. Good to have you. Now, my first question for you is, damn, why aren't you out there in this next game?
This game is a mixed level game, like a mixed bout. And so they were we have a lot of people now, which is wonderful. We've been
You debuted 5 new people
tonight
in the last game.
Yeah.
And another one is 6 in this game.
Yes. And so because we have so many people to choose from, we just cherry picked, and made a team. And we had so many jammers available.
You're very deep at Jammer right now.
Yes.
Very
I don't
deep.
mind it. It's cool. I get to watch.
Yeah, okay. Yes, very deep. I think that's one thing in the 2 years that we broadcast I've seen is the depth that Jammer has grown.
Yes.
And really different kinds of jammers.
Mm-hmm.
How would you describe yourself as a jammer?
I am definitely one that will charge people before I'll spin away.
I would say that.
I would rather knock them down than just try to evade. And then we have jammers like George, Furious George.
George is a
spinny, you'll
Yes.
sometimes never touch her.
I was very impressed in that last game with Atreyu. I was told that they hadn't played a game in over a year.
Yeah, but Trey played for a decade. So it's kind of like riding a bike. At that point, it's just needing to build up your stamina and endurance and strength again. But the muscles are all there.
Now, I would assume Trey's been back since August, but for goodness sakes, apex jumps on the inside, spins. I mean, it was impressive.
Yeah.
And I think George is getting better all the time.
All the time. Yeah, it's fun because I am one of the training camp coaches. And so I get to see them and kind of help them from the beginning when they're all baby deer on their skates, all the way to the time that they're spouting full on in games. And it's just so great to watch. All the people, all the new skaters today, they were my duckling, my little duckling crew, because I got to be their coach in level 1 and level 2. And now I'm their teammate and they're all doing so well. And it's just proud mama moment.
Now, what do you enjoy most? Being the coach or being the player?
Oh, definitely being the player, but I really, really enjoy bringing up the new skaters.
I had a wonderful interview here earlier in the half with Sasha Thrash.
Yes.
And it sounded like between the injury and, getting a little older, that they were looking at transitioning in the game, other things that they can do to stay in the game.
Yeah.
Is that something that you ever think of?
Well, I hope I don't get to that point anytime soon, but definitely I could see myself going into more of a kind of coaching realm if I ever got hurt.
So
maybe, yeah.
One thing that every time I talk to a player, they're hooked on it.
Yeah.
They're hooked, and you are.
Yeah. I mean, I've been skating since 2008 on and off.
Really?
I started when I turned 21 on my first team ever. So, yeah, I was very young. And, I wouldn't say that I've ever been a team sports kind of person.
You didn't play sports in high school?
No. This is my first, team experience. And just with the community and the encouraging each other and the way we have each other's backs during hard times and the way you can come to practice even in a terrible mood and hit the track, and people just let you be as you are, but also support you. And then by the end of it, you feel better. Like it's a really special thing. All of
Now-
it wrapped up.
Let me ask you this. I mean, for our older listeners, I'm just doing the math.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
If you came to the game as a 21-year-old in 2008,
Yeah.
you're closer to 40 than not right
I
now.
am. Today's
Okay.
my birthday, and I'm 38.
Yeah.
And honestly, most of our team is older. Like a lot of the new skaters that we got this time, a lot of them are in their like mid 20s. But overall, our team is like mid 30s into 40s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask a question, and I mean, I have to think back to those ages for me, but mid 30s to 40s, playing a game that's so physical.
Mm-hmm.
You, who likes to charge first,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, how hard is it?
Honestly, the name of the game is self-care. Like when I was skating in my 20s, I was playing so that I could go to the bar and drink afterwards with all the team, you know? Like it was more of a I'm just here to party kind of vibe. I didn't work out. I didn't stretch. Like I didn't do any of that stuff, but I could still get out there and apex jump and do all the things. Now, if I don't stretch after a practice or like roll out my whole body after a game, I'm done. I can't, I'm hobbling, like, you know. So it just takes a lot more upkeep, you know. I can't just assume that I'll be fine. I have to work for it. Like I work out regularly. I'm cross training with a football coach, and that helps with all the jumping around and charging and stuff, you know. Yeah, I've been really leaning into the more athletic side of things.
You know, that's a question I have. Are there trainers in the area, or are there classes that might gear their workouts towards roller derby participants?
Honestly, honestly, I feel like doing a diverse collection of things is what helps. But yeah, the coach that I work with, he trains like teenage football players and things, and he trains fighters. Like I think he
Wow.
was like a boxer, and so he has this like diverse range of working out stuff that he does. But derby is a lot like football. It's football on skates.
Well, there's a lot of
really.
hitting.
Yeah.
It's like hockey. People ask me, I say, you know, they say, what? You broadcast roller derby? Yeah, I do. And they said, well, what's it like? I said, it's real, man. It is hard hitting. It is intense. It is, you know, let me ask you. I don't think there's I don't think there's much that looks harder than, say, when you're charging and you're pushing that tripod of blockers.
Mhm.
That looks like it takes all the energy in the world.
Honestly, pushing is hard. So like earlier on in my jamming career, I feel like I was pushing too much and wearing myself out. So now it's like about learning how to like maintain, push a little bit, try something else. Like if that's not working, try something else. And like really being unpredictable is the best thing you can do as a jammer so that they can't figure out how to stop you. And I feel like that's a lot of what Trey has going for them. Like the hopping around, the quick turns, the like very quick feet. And yeah, it's just hard to figure out where to be to stop them.
You know, we've seen some over the last couple of seasons that we've worked. We've seen some really good defensive teams. I remember that Bakersfield team was very tough. Cherry City is a very tough defensive team. So
Yeah.
are there teams that have more defensive identities than offensive identities?
Ooh. I feel like a good team has a quick transition between the two.
Oh, really?
Because if you lean too heavily on one or the other, then you're going to be lacking in one or the other. But if you can hold down the defense while also breaking off and going and doing offense and getting your jammer out and then coming back to defense, like that's really like the best game.
Well, there we go. Here we are getting started. And it's going to be Furious George as the first jammer for the Rollers knocked out. And let's see who's jamming for the
Reaping
Ventura team.
Rainbow.
Reaping Rainbow
Reaping Rainbow.
broke loose. And Reaping Rainbow pushing hard, charging. And Furious George finally gets loose. Had taken the star off and thought about passing it, but wound up getting loose and has it now. 4 points on the board for Ventura, or West Coast, I guess. And they're going to call off the jam. When do you like to call off jams?
Oh, it all varies. Depends on what's going on, because sometimes you call it off if you've fallen and you know you can't recover, or sometimes you call it off when the other jammer's about to hit the pack and get points and you've already gotten your points and you're at the front. And then you want to call it off to try to keep yourself in the lead before they get any. Sometimes you wait until you get your blockers or whoever's in the box out. It's can be used a lot of different ways. Oh,
So getting knocked out there, Muscle Mommy, who played extensively in the first game as well against some pretty strong opposition in the tripod for West Coast. Malice in Wonderland going to the penalty box, and the pivot now has the star for West Coast. And coming into the pack,
yeah, these blockers are looking very solid and very quick. And they're holding strong on the lines, which makes it hard for the jammers to like spin around or kind of eke through.
you know, I see blockers as, you know, you have your strength blockers for sure. But I think one thing that the Rollers have done that with people like Sprocket Rocket, with people like Stranger Danger, they're just excellent positionally.
Yeah.
As far as how they go ahead and block.
Both of them have historically been jammers for like very long
Right.
time. So then when they decide to block, they block like jammers. And so they can predict what the jammer is going to do. Nice. They can
Knocked
predict
out,
it.
the Rainbow knocked out, excuse me, and has to recycle back. And that's Carl Sparks. That is jamming for Humboldt. Now Rainbow, Reaping Rainbow on the Carl Sparks knocked out, took a kind of a Charlie horse in the upper thigh, looks hurt and calling off the jam.
Oh,
Looked like a hip to the upper thigh.
flesh. Yeah, hopefully it's just the Charlie horse and not an injury.
So Humboldt picked up 4 points on the exchange, and it's 6-4. Now, do you know anything about Ventura? Are they a powerhouse team?
I don't know anything about them actually, but from the looks of it, they're looking very strong so far and pretty good at both defense and offense.
Great block right there to Spring Buttercup. Like a Virgo, knocked down hard right there by number 2, Rockabye Baby. And like a Virgo, unbelievably making their debut in this game, a regulation game against a team like the West Coast Knockouts. Like a Virgo gets loose while Buttercup is recycling. And now Malice came in and went sliding across. We have the jam called off. 4 points for West Coast, 10-4. And a little over 25 minutes to go. How important is it to get off to a good start here?
it can switch so easily. Like this spread right here is not that deep of a spread. It can, you can come back in the second half. Like it's all learning, right? Like you get
Right.
out there and every time you're like, okay, well that didn't work, so let's try something else until you figure out what works against that team.
Rainbow out in front, calling to their blockers to go ahead and set some screens and then calling off. Boy, I'll tell you, Stranger Danger was right on the heels and made one of the great moves around turn one on one leg with one leg out. Unbelievable, but the jam was called off before they were able to get some points on the board.
Looks like they got 3. They squeaked by and got 3 before the whistle blew.
Wow, that was all speed and down there in the
Yeah.
corner. Now, I can already tell the knockouts aren't using a large group of jammers, which, people are going to get tired.
Yeah.
It's Buttercup again.
I think because they came from so far away, a lot of times it's hard to get a big enough group to travel.
Right, depth.
So I don't know if it's that or if they generally don't have a lot of jammers.
Buttercup breaks loose, though. Meanwhile, pushing for Route Force is
Whoa, that kind of looked like a back block.
a hard hit there, laid on Muscle Mommy by number
Oh.
111, who is looking for people to hit.
Yeah.
Party Crasher. You betcha. Wow. Somebody get a bouncer in here. Party Crasher.
Yeah, Mod saved that one at the last second.
And going to the penalty box. I mean, why now? My goodness. Now you have 2 in the penalty box for the knockouts. Their jammer is out. It's Rainbow again.
Mm-hmm.
Going against Like a Virgo, the rookie in this regulation game. And only 2 blockers for the knockout. So let's see if Like a Virgo can break loose. Good move to the inside outside.
No.
Like a Virgo gets loose.
Okay.
And is out of the zone of engagement and now coming around, and Humboldt Roller Derby with a chance to score some points. Great screens being set by Humboldt blockers. Like a Virgo taken down on the outside straightaway. Now back up and cuts to the inside. Scoring some points here. Calling off the jam. And his points are tallied. Looks like Humboldt will win that jam 4-2. It's always tough as they tally them up.
Yeah.
Looks like 23-11.
It looks like in general the West Coast Derby knockouts don't have a lot of people with them
No.
overall.
Stranger Danger breaking loose.
Star pass. For
This
the
is
knockouts.
Rockabye Baby. As the now wearing the star. Oh, man. Stranger Danger getting dumped by Hurt Macklin, the captain of the knockouts. I'm telling you what, the knockouts take their name seriously. My goodness. Some hitting here. Stranger Danger up against Hurt Macklin.
I am seeing a lot of penalties for the knockouts, though, and with their low numbers, if they don't get those under control, they'll end up losing skaters because you can only get 7 penalties before you get ejected from the game.
Well, they've only got 1 left.
Yeah.
4 in the penalty box.
Their entire pack is
Seething and looking for someone to hit. I wouldn't want to sit over there. So 23-23 as Humboldt came out with a 12-0 run. You've got 4 knockouts in the penalty box, including the jammer. Reaping Rainbow, who had been a jammer the first couple of passes, is now the lone blocker wearing the pivot helmet. And Muscle Mommy looking to score some points here. Humboldt's got to make hay while they have this situation. You ever
Yeah.
seen 4 in the penalty box?
I have not.
Not.
In recent
You've done this
time.
since 2008.
I'm sure I have, but not in recent memory. That's a stacked penalty box right there.
And when is the last time you saw 4 unhappier people than that? My God.
Yeah.
So 20-27 to go in the half. 23-23 the score. 4 knockouts in the penalty box. Not happy about it. And they are listing their grievances with the officials. And that's the captain, Hurt Macklin. And between Hurt Macklin and Party Crasher, man, they were just looking for people to hit.
It looks like maybe they reviewed something, but everybody's still in the box, so I'm assuming whatever they said still stands.
I don't know. This is a wild situation. So here we go. Just one jammer, just 4 other skaters on the ring.
They don't have very long to take advantage of that.
And why is that?
Because once the skaters are standing in the box, they only have 10 seconds left, maximum.
So 2 back on, including wearing the star. Oh, talk about.
Someone lost a piece of something there.
Right, Rockabye Baby. Talk about a bull rush. My goodness. Keeping Muscle Mommy at bay while they come up to the line again. And Rockabye Baby making contact on the far side.
Looks like
The
4-2.
jam is going to be called off. There's parts everywhere. My goodness. 31-25 Humboldt. Slam Chowder and Mod Behavior and my partner from the first game, Malice and Wonderland, out there as blockers. I can't see the other one.
Uh-oh. Another review.
That'd be number 111, Spins and Needles. Now, the tripod being set. Malice wearing the eye back. Looking a little ominous herself.
It's a little, the juxtaposition of the intense, like football lines on the face with the pigtails in the back.
Right. Right. Pippi Longstocking that could beat you down.
Yes.
Furious George getting knocked out by Party Crasher.
That
Party
looks
Crasher
like a cut
weaving
track.
back and forth. Party Crasher. Wow. One of the
George.
great checkers we've seen here.
George missed one of the people that ran back and cut into the track too soon.
So
And
sent to
so-
the penalty box. Did
Yep.
not recycle properly.
And when 2 jammers go to the box, the existing one gets released. And that's just to keep the gameplay going.
So it's Rockabye Baby just shredding the Humboldt defense that time. Rockabye Baby getting ready for pass number 2. And I'll tell you, the knockouts, they embrace their name. They are
They
full
are
contact.
hard hitters.
They are hard hitting. You know, I think I'd put them up there with Bakersfield and Cherry City and some of the other teams who's come that are just that hard hitting. So
I think so. They're very solid. I could see that being a challenge. Like, to be able to withstand it, you have to get super low so that they can't send you flying like they have been.
32-31, a great start to this game. I think next year maybe a sponsor should be Epsom salts. Man, that's gotta hurt. Well, what do you tell yourself when you come out and all of a sudden you see a team that plays this bruising style?
It's hard for me because then they can withstand my hits, and so that takes that out as a possibility for me. Like, hitting them doesn't do it. So then
do
you
you
just
try
have
it
to,
anyway? Just to
initially, because sometimes even though they can dish it out, they can't exactly take it.
wow.
But yeah, I feel like if it like leading them on of like juking them from side to side to get them to commit and then going around them the other way is, but it's harder work. You have to be a lot faster, you have to be a lot more unpredictable.
I think when Malice was broadcasting the first game, she called it the bouncing jammer. What a great vision on that start by Leica Virgo. This is Leica Virgo's first game, and that was a fantastic move on the jam. Now knocked to the ground into the middle of the tripod, and it's Party Crasher and Bye Bye Baby. Man, this is tough sledding here. No, dropped to the ground. Party Crasher has sent more people to the floor already with 17:31 to go in a half than anybody I've seen in a full game.
I think I see the a future MVP right there.
Oh, man. So here comes Bye Bye Baby right into the middle of the tripod, pushing, powering, slinging its elbows, it's thrusting, and Virgo's going to – are they going to – no, they recycled back. I thought they were going to call the jam.
It looked
now
like
they do.
Thought they had a penalty, but it was actually for snot, I believe that is.
How much do you have to pay attention to that other jammer?
I mean, it's good to be aware of where they are and what you need to do, like whether they're lead, because if they're lead, then you can take off your panty and kind of go incognito. If you can hit them, you can hit them. You know, I don't know that I'm watching them too closely, but when they're in my vision, I am definitely paying attention.
So Buttercup breaks loose, but Stranger Danger was dumped to the ground there as the jam started. Buttercup is coming around the far corner and getting ready to engage with the Humboldt blockers. It's Slam Chowder and Maud Behavior. Here comes Stranger Danger. Stranger Danger has that move to the kind of that dip move to the outside.
And that was a moment of Buttercup needing to be very aware of the fact that Danger was coming in hot and they were stuck. And so calling it off before Danger could start scoring points on them.
And coming in hot is a speed term as far as that kind of great jump you can get where you can make a move and maybe pick up 3-4 quick points.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes it's also useful for just sneaking by. Like a lot of times when I'm coming up,
my goodness. Muscle Mommy got the hip check of the century and driven out by Supersonic. Here comes Muscle Mommy back for more. And calling off the jam prior to that is Rainbow. Man.
Yeah, I'm really seeing the same people out over and over again. They are.
Yeah, they're going to be holding them up by the end of the night.
Yeah.
39-35. What a wonderful start to this bout. as far as the closeness of these two teams
Mm-hmm.
that do it a completely different way. I really feel like Humboldt is more of a finesse and positioning team,
Definitely.
and the knockouts are
Brute
as
force.
advertised. Oh, Party Crasher. Party Crasher. Oh, mod behavior and Party Crasher. Oh, what a
Whoa.
move by George. And Party Crasher. Oh,
That footwork was
you
amazing.
didn't knock me down, Ray. I can't believe Furious George was able to stay up that time. And now Party Crasher has been past the star? You got to be kidding me. Here they come around. This is going to be like a bowling ball hitting a pins. Wow. Boy, mod
Wow.
behavior took it both from Party Crasher as a blocker and as a jammer. Oh, my goodness. 43-37 knockouts. Man.
These close games are so exciting because you don't know which way it's gonna go.
But you know one thing tonight. You already know. You're sitting on the bench. You're talking to the folks on your bench, and you're saying, man, we are in for it tonight. This is going to be a game.
Yes, it definitely makes it more exciting.
Like a Virgo breaks loose, having a great rookie game. And here comes Reading, though. Rainbow in the position to score first, taken on by Shreddy Mercury, and then getting away and calling out the jams. If you don't have a lot of jammers, are you going to call jams off faster?
Possibly, if the jammers are getting tired. I mean, yeah,
They're going to get tired.
yeah. But if they can push through and keep going, like you can go more lazy jamming and like letting
What
your
is that?
blockers.
Tell me what is lazy jamming? Is that an actual term, or are you
Smart
inventing that?
jamming. Smart jamming of conserving your energy
Okay.
and maybe not pushing so hard, but waiting for moments to like move quick and let your blockers clear the way.
Oh!
Wow.
Party Crasher taking out Stranger Danger. Wow! You know, one thing of it, I will say this about Party Crasher. Not only is Party Crasher a tremendous hitter, Party Crasher is going to the penalty box.
Both of the danger as well.
Wow. No love lost between those two. Party Crasher is a hard hitter, but they also take great angles. So
that West Coast Knockouts jammer has their helmet cover off to kind of go incognito. And it also helps to kind of divide the attention of the pack. So they're always looking for you to pass it.
That's
I'm not
Rockabye
sure what
Baby and
happened
going.
there.
I think Rockabye Baby is already gassed. 11:18 to go.
It seemed like the whole pack just kind of stopped right there. I'm not sure what happened.
Stranger Danger back out on the rink and moving past, and Hurt Macklin screaming at the referee. Thought that they had knocked Danger out in that far corner and did not. Danger's doing a great job of eluding some of these hip checks.
Yeah. That was like just on the line of being in bounds there.
I'll tell you what, I am so impressed with the way Party Crasher
Wow.
moves. An apex move?
Yeah. Back in the box, though.
Wow.
We
47-41, 10:27 to go. We are seeing some of the best action we've seen this entire year. So an 8-0 run by Humboldt,
back to being neck and neck.
47-45. There's a timeout.
One for the knockouts on that one.
Timeout by the knockouts. How many timeouts do you get to have?
Two knockouts, two timeouts, and an official review.
Okay. So 9:58 to go. I would imagine that the knockouts are going to have to strategically use their timeouts because their people are going to wear out.
Yeah. That's probably what's going on right now. It's like, okay, everyone's getting a little squirrely. Let's like come back together. Let's bring it down. Like, remember all the things we do. Probably strategizing of what they can do differently.
Now, do you see film of some of these teams?
A lot of times before we play a team, we'll get together and watch footage of that team and just see if we can notice things that they tend to do that maybe we can counter.
If they're, depending on the kind of team there are, do you set the roster accordingly?
At this point, we haven't really had enough people to do that. But what we'll do is change the packs up, like the pack configuration. Because also when you watch the footage, the teams play differently against different teams.
Oh,
So it's
that
also
makes
hard
sense.
to know if they're going to do that stuff against
That makes
you.
sense.
Yeah. So sometimes we'll watch the footage and we'll expect them to be a certain way and they're not.
Great move to the outside by Muscle Mommy. And with the jammer in the box, the jammer is Party Crasher. With the jammer in the box, Humboldt was the only team with the ability to score. Now Party Crasher is out. And Muscle Mommy doing some nice jamming. Also going ahead and coordinating her blockers so that they were able to screen for her on that last trip around. And whistles blowing. They're going to send recycle back on the Party Crasher. We got people getting knocked all over, and Party Crasher goes ahead and passes the Humboldt hack. So points coming for them.
Whoa.
Meanwhile, wow.
That was a very backwards bend right there.
Riled up number 317.
And she seems fine. She's a very bendy person.
My goodness. I'm going to be stiff tomorrow just watching it.
Wow.
Man. I'll tell you, when people ask me, what's it like? Tonight, intense. This lazy jamming you're talking about, I don't think we're going to see any of that. Boy, I'll tell you,
wow.
Rainbow has been pretty elusive. Great defense by number 317. Once again, that was riled up.
That was a lot of great evasive jamming footwork by George to get out of the pack that first time.
Well, the knockouts, I'll tell you what, also, the knockouts, some teams play the tripods and whatnot. The knockouts kind of regroup, and it's like the fearsome foursome, you know? They are one tough bunch.
Looks like we've got Snot in the box for Humboldt.
Snot. It's like a Virgo is out there once again, trying to get through. Wow,
this
dumped.
is a very scrappy jam.
It's ugly.
Malice holding the jammer back.
Malice doing their job. Malice likes to hit.
Yes.
So Buttercup has broken free and has to go to the box. And
Humboldt
Snot
hanging
is
back
able
to wait for their own jammer, but also to create space.
like a Virgo is up front, but held up by the tripod of the knockouts. Now driven to the floor and up. Well, that's going to be what you got to be tonight. If you're going to get knocked down, you got to get back up. Virgo is exhausted. Welcome to the big leagues. Man. Now that far corner. And knocked down again by Rockabye Baby. Buttercup out of the box and then sneaking, talk about incognito, sneaking through. Humboldt trying to regroup, but it's just very, very physical out there. Mod behavior exhausted and up, kind of wobbly. 5:54 to go. 56-56.
This is especially a hard, exhausting game to play for the people that have doubled up.
Oh,
which
I
is
was
a
just
lot of people
10
that played in the first game are playing now.
and are asking themselves why.
Why? Why did I allow
And they're
that to
looking
happen?
over at you like you are the wise veteran that you are. You know, go out there and dance around a bit with the Widowmakers and the Betties. Danger. Wow. What a move by Danger.
Whoa. It's that bendy skater again.
Danger and Rainbow. I'll tell you, Danger's been very
Whoa.
impressive. Whoa. Clipped out by Supersonic.
Good thing Danger stopped before hitting that ref.
Well, I was going to say Danger was almost in the front row. Have you ever been knocked out of the ring?
Oh, yeah. And especially in the olden days, we used to have the suicide seats. So there was no protective bumpers, at least on the team that I was on in Florida. And so you would get hit and you would go straight into the crowd of
Well,
people
let me ask
watching.
this question. You say you were on a team in Florida. How big is flat track roller derby on the East Coast?
Oh, humongous. I mean, that's the origin of this wave of derby. When it started again, I feel like it was 2005 was the beginning of the roller derby revival, this era of it, you know, the beginning of it turning into like a competitive sport. Because, you know, before on TV, it was theatrics. It was like wrestling, you know?
When I was a kid, that's what it was like.
Yeah.
The bank track.
Yes.
I used to watch the LA Thunderbirds.
Yes. And so, yeah, it started in Texas, I believe, and then spread from there. So, yeah, there's a lot of really good derby on the East Coast, and Florida has so many good teams.
Can the teams on the West Coast compete with those teams?
Oh, definitely. I mean, Rose City in Portland is the number one team, has been the number one team for many years now.
Wow.
Yeah.
And do they have a program like the Humboldt program in that they have junior teams and bring players up?
You know, I haven't been a part of the team over there in so long. I left Florida in 2011. So I'm not really sure what their setup is, but when I joined, I got taken aside for maybe like 3 practices. They showed me how to fall. They showed me, you know, how
That's
to get back
interesting.
up. And then they said, go.
Oh, wow.
So my first bout that I played, I was just trying everything I could to stay upright.
I'll tell you, coming out with some tremendous energy is Muscle Mommy.
Wow.
Wow. You could tell as the jam started that they were ready to hit. Buttercup finally breaks through for the knockouts, but here's Muscle Mommy trying to come in and score some points and pushing into very impressive, taking on the power of the knockouts and then calling for the jam to end. 2 points makes it 59-56. That was a hard 2 points.
Yeah. These jammers are having to fight hard for every single point that they get tonight.
Would you like to play a team like this?
I think it'd be fun. It's always nice to, like, I don't know, have to experiment and figure out what works. And anytime we play a hard team, we grow so much from it.
Rainbow is loose and makes a nice inside move and then a nice outside move, and then takes on Paris Knot and blows by. So some really
Nice
elusive
star pass
jamming
there.
by Rainbow.
Sugar Rush is now the jammer for Humboldt Roller Derby, and Sugar is another jammer turned blocker. I don't know how long Sugar skated, but Sugar, when I joined the team, Sugar was a really excellent jammer.
There you go. 60-59 now for the knockouts. Just 3:08 to go in a very entertaining, exciting first half. Teams getting ready for the 22nd jam of the first half. 1 point separates these two teams. Completely different kind of teams. The knockouts are just that, and Humboldt I feel like technically really strong, and they do a lot of things right as far as positioning to be a successful team. Like a Virgo is jamming and cycles out. Meanwhile, Buttercup has broke loose and is coming around for a scoring pass here in turn number 1. She hitches up the pants and breaks to the inside and goes ahead and breaks loose. You know, she does that every time she gets ready. Watch.
Gets ready.
Yep, hitches them up and gets ready to go. There you go. You'll
Oh,
never think of
but
the
into
song
the
Fill You Up
box.
Buttercup the same way again. 1:43 to go in a half. Currently 4-0 on the exchange. Down goes Like a Virgo. Knocked down by, and a knockdown again. Because Party Crasher.
What needs to happen now, though, is that the front needs to stop rolling with them.
Well,
Woo.
Party Crasher, I'm going to tell you, if you have an eating or drinking establishment and you need to hire someone to work the door, I think we found your person. Unbelievable. Oh, relentless. Somebody's got to get on Party Crasher and take them out through this entire sequence.
Oh,
Buttercup has
man.
scored. Like a Virgo
has worked.
stumbling to the corner.
I'm sure they are all very much looking forward to the end of this first half.
72-59, and that was a dramatic exchange that was led by the incredible blocking of Party Crasher and then Buttercup, who was able to escape and score. Man. Stranger Danger breaks loose immediately. There's 11 seconds to go. Stranger Danger's got to hurry. Let's get a couple of points before the half. Stranger Danger's going to get at least 4 of them. Hit by Hurt Backlund. Go around. The jam's going to continue even though the clock has run out. Stranger Danger trying to get Humboldt back in it. Stranger Danger. Inside, outside, breaking loose again. What an answer. What a jam. Meanwhile, riled up is the jammer, and Humboldt is doing their best to contain them. Here comes Danger again. More points. Calls off the jam. It's intermission.
Wow.
A 12-0 run. It's 72-71. Can you believe it?
Danger brought them back.
From the brink of danger to a 1-point lead and intermission by the knockouts. Man, that's got to be the greatest half of roller derby I've ever seen.
Yes.
Well, I don't know about you at home, but I need a break. I'm exhausted just watching it. What a half. We're going to go to the break. We're going to send it back. I'm here with Chakra Punch. We're on KZZH Radio 96.7. We're watching and listening to great roller derby, and the score at half, the West Coast Derby knockout 72, Humboldt Route Force 71. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Rock me.
Yeah, it's hard to like talk so much to like, yeah. I like that you were sharing it. Yeah.
Whenever there's a break in the action, that's when you come in. When you get to the color, when the announcer has play the sport. You have to play-by-play with the color.
Okay.
Color always fills in when there's no action going on.
That's excellent. That's cool.
Welcome to the KZZH Community Calendar for the week starting Friday, September 26th, 2025. On Friday, September 26th, get informed about the tiny life form that inhabit the ocean at Drifters of Ouija from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. Lorena Dominguez, a Cal Poly Humboldt biology student and the North Coast Environmental Center, will present on plankton and the importance of citizen science to protect and monitor plankton in the bay. It's free, but donations are appreciated. Email natmus@humboldt.edu or call 707-826-4480 to find out more. Also on Friday, it's the Lost Coast Steamers Mixer from 5 to 7 p.m. at Fatsy Klein's Parlor Lounge, 139 2nd Street in Eureka. This is a monthly mixer for steampunk enthusiasts to gather and is brought to you by the Lost Coast Steamers Steampunk Consortium. Call 707-444-3344 to find out more. On Saturday, September 27th, come to the Fall Clothing and Halloween Costume Swap from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Jean Lucas Community Center, 3000 Newburgh Avenue in Fortuna. Bring your gently used adult clothing, but no socks or undergarments, please, and all ages Halloween costumes to the swap. Email Jessica, JESSYCA, @glccenter.org or call 707-725-3300 to find out more. Also on Saturday, join the Worldwide Day of Play scavenger hunt at the Morris Graves Museum of Art, 636 F Street in Eureka. The Morris Graves will participate in Our World Worldwide Day of Play by hosting a scavenger hunt focused on play. The MGMA scavenger hunt will give families clues that encourage exploration of the MGMA, its 7 galleries and courtyard sculpture garden, with a focus on engaging children in visual arts and the exhibitions at the museum. Children and families are invited to participate in this event by picking up a scavenger hunt map at the museum front desk. Find out more by going to humblearts.org. Finally, on Saturday, there will be a free community skin cancer screening from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at St. Joseph Hospital, 2700 Dolbear Street in Eureka. Get a professional skin evaluation from Providence providers, learn about the importance of skin health, gain peace and mind through early detection. Pre-registration is encouraged but not required. Call 707-445-8121, extension 6340 to reserve your spot and find out more. On Sunday, September 28th, enjoy the Scotia Band concert starting at 4 p.m. at the Christ Episcopal Church, 1428 H Street in Eureka. This is a free concert, but donations will be gladly accepted. Also on Saturday, the Summer Music Series continues from 1 to 3 p.m. at the Humboldt Botanical Garden, 7351 Tompkins Hill Road, College of the Redwoods Campus, North Entrance in Eureka. This family-friendly series invites you to bring your lawn chairs and picnic blankets to enjoy while sipping wine, beer, and other refreshments and food available for purchase, or bring your own. Go to hbgf.org to find out more. Finally, on Sunday, there will be a National Day of Service from 1 to 4 p.m. at the Eureka Women's Club, 1531 J Street. This event is focused on domestic violence awareness, human trafficking, and violence against Indigenous women. Go to eurekawomensclub.org to find out more. On Tuesday, September 30th, come to the Old Town Farmers Market from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. in Old Town on F Street between 1st and 3rd Streets in Eureka. There will be fresh fruits and vegetables, bread, donuts, jam, crafts, and live music. No pets, but trained ADA certified service animals are welcome. CalFresh EBT customers receive a market match at every farmer's market. Email info@northcoastgrowsassociation.org or call 707-441-9999 to find out more. Also on Tuesday, check out English Express, an English language class for adults. Build your English language confidence in ongoing online and in-person classes. All levels and first languages are welcome. You may join at any time and pre-registration is not required. Go to EnglishExpressEmpowered.com or call 707-443-5021 to find out more. On Wednesday, October 1st, you are invited to Humboldt's Hidden Critters. What the heck is that insect? Starting at 7 p.m. at the Arcata Marsh Wildlife Sanctuary Interpretive Center, 569 South G Street. Kevin Huntley's presentation will be followed by a Q&A session. Call 707-826-2359 to find out more. Also on Wednesday, get some work done at the Community Cafe, open co-working space from 12 to 4 p.m. at the Humboldt Unitarian Universalist Fellowship, 24 Fellowship Way in Bayside. Bring your laptop and your projects. They'll provide the coffee, Wi-Fi, and access to a black and white printer. It's free, but donations are appreciated. Email office@huuf.org or call 707-822-3793 for the details. Finally, on Wednesday, there will be an online 350 Humboldt monthly meeting from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Learn about and engage in climate change activism with a community of like-minded people. Email 350humboldt@gmail.com for a Zoom link or call 707-677-3359 for more information. On Thursday, October 2nd, there will be an open art night from 5 to 7 p.m. at the Gene Lucas Community Center, 3000 Newburgh Avenue in Fortuna. Bring your own project or work on a project provided. This is an all-ages event. Email jessica@jlccenter.org or call 707-725-3330 to find out more. Also on Thursday, come to Storytellers and Writers Book Club for tweens and teens from 4 to 5 p.m. at the Trinidad Library, 380 Janus Court in the Trinidad Room. This is an event for tweens and teens to share ideas on world building and books they've read or would like to write. To submit your nonprofit event to the KZZH community calendar, go to kzzh.accesshumboldt.net and follow the community calendar link located near the top of the page. Your event information will be read twice a day, at noon and 5 p.m. on weekdays and at noon on the weekends. Your event information will also be shared on the Access Humboldt TV's bulletin board. Access Humboldt, local voices through community media. For KZZH in Eureka, I'm Isabella Vanderheiden.
I'll go on in a minute. Welcome back to Franceschi Hall. Paul Brasou for KZZH Radio Access Humboldt. You're listening and watching to one of the best games of the year, 72-71. The West Coast Derby knockouts, hailing from Ventura, California, have come up and brought their style of roller derby, hard hitting, there's no doubt about that, to play Humboldt Route Forest. It's been quite a game. My partner, Chakra Punch, is back. I've got to ask before we get to the game, what goes on at halftime of the game? There are awards that are given out, and what are they? What's going on?
They give out MVPs for the first game at the halftime of the second game. That way, because sometimes, especially when we have traveling teams, they don't stay. They sometimes want to hit the road and get home. before it's too late. So yeah, that was just MVPs. I can't remember all the ones, but Danger definitely got most valuable jammer for that first game,
And who decides
or
the?
most valuable player overall. Yeah.
Wow. Who decides?
Each team decides together who the MVPs are for the other team. So it's most valuable blocker, most valuable jammer, and most valuable overall.
So Danger, who is playing the second game of a doubleheader,
Yes.
and they will be jamming to start with Rainbow for the knockouts. You talked to any of your teammates at half there? What are they saying about this game?
It's hard, and they didn't expect, because they asked for a mixed level game. But it's so hard because one team's B team might be another team's A team, you know?
Especially when you come from populated areas.
Yes.
Rainbow and Danger are loose. And here they come into turn number one. Great screen set by Riled Up, but actually knocked out was Rainbow, and will have to recycle back or maybe even head to the box.
Danger is definitely very skilled with the bean dip.
The
It's that
bean
move
dip.
when you're flying around the outside and you suddenly change your level, and it throws the blockers off so that they can't catch you.
The bean dip?
The bean dip.
The bean dip. You know, one thing that occurs every time I do these games is, depending on the announcer that I work with, George has broken loose, straddling that end line and breaking out. Oh my goodness! Here comes everybody out of the penalty box. It's a mob going into turn number 3, and George weaving inside, outside, getting some room, and then knocked down by Rockabye Baby. Jam call up. Anyway, there's always a different vocabulary.
Yeah. And every team has different names for things, and every region even, so it varies wildly.
Great. Makes it easy as an announcer. That makes it fun. I will say that. So here in the rookie appearance, like a Virgo, saw like a Virgo conversing with Atreyu during the halftime. Knocked down his Rainbow, and then knocked down his like a Virgo. No one has to feel alone getting knocked down tonight, because everybody's had that experience. 76-71 in favor of the knockouts. Virgo is being smothered by Rockabye Baby. And Rainbow has been knocked out and has to recycle, as does Like a Virgo. Like a Virgo has yet to
Like a
go.
Virgo has a penalty, actually.
Yes,
going to the
there you
box.
go. But never made it through corner number 1.
I don't think so, no.
Rainbow's going to pick up some more points. How incredible was that run by Danger right at the end of the first half?
Impressive.
Virgo cuts inside with very little resistance and is picking up his 8 points right now during this session. And
So during this power jam, it looks like
yeah, Knockout's the only one with a chance to score because they are on the power jump. Virgo comes out, and here comes the tripod running into the immovable force of Rockabye Baby.
Chowder trying to help.
Chowder doing a good job trying to, and then just buried. You know, that seems to be the knockouts. You know, if there's a jammer that gets in any sort of scrum over there, just knock them out. That's how they got their name, I think. 86-71, knockouts with a good start to the second half. You're listening to KZZH Radio 96.7 Eureka, and you're watching on Access Humboldt. Also, the Speakeasy at 411 in Opera Alley, the craft drinks and bar, sponsoring this incredible event. Whoa,
Wow.
knocked her down to the inside is Muscle Mommy. And it's Buttercup that's on the loose. Buttercup getting ready for the score.
Oh,
Wow.
Muscles
Man,
is just getting knocked all around.
I'll tell you what. Down goes Muscle Mommy. Jam being called off. Points being totaled up.
4 points for the knockouts, it looks like. None for
90 to
Humboldt.
71 now. First, great start by the knockouts here in the second half. Second, I think they're going to wear out. 25 minutes to go.
I feel like I'm seeing a new blocker freeze.
Yes,
Yeah?
yes. Well,
Not sure
not
who that is
hasn't
yet.
been in the game very much.
Yeah.
Danger, the MVP of the last event, playing their second game of the night. Really, really engaging and trying to get through. And there it is, the flexible Gumby of
I
the
know.
knockouts, riled up.
Wow.
And calling out, Rainbow's going to call up the gym. More flexible than most of the knockouts combined. Hellcat is that jammer that we haven't seen very much. So 93-71, there's been 2 consecutive jams in which Humboldt has not scored. In fact, Humboldt has not scored a point so far in the half. So that's 5 consecutive jams, my mistake.
Yep.
And now George gets knocked out by Rockabye Baby with one of the most casual hip check and forearms you'll ever see. Like second nature. Oh, there's Party Crasher again. That person.
It seems to me like at the halftime, the knockouts got together and figured out what they needed to do, and maybe also just got a second win because these blockers aren't really looking tired to me.
Well, and I'll tell you what they're doing. Not only are they one of the hardest hitting bunches we've ever seen come in here, they take great angles.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them will, by the time they hit the last of the engagement lines, one of them will, there we go, hitching up the pants and ready to go as Buttercup. One of them will get ready to take on the Humboldt Jammer. And they've just been very impressive in that manner.
Yes. I mean, that is definitely one way to win, is just to wear it. Because every time you get hit like that, especially if you get sent flying, it takes everything out of you. It's exhausting to withstand that much force. And it's harder to get your head back in the game after.
Now you, as a crashing, sometimes,
Yeah.
jammer, and also a jammer that, as they bob and weave, will get knocked down from time to time. Well, I mean, what's Sunday morning like in the Chakra Punch House?
Well, it's more like Saturday night. I go home and I roll all of my muscles out with the foam roller, use a lacrosse ball on my feet, and probably tomorrow will be a salt bath.
There you go. Pushing is like a Virgo. What a game to make your rookie appearance. 98-71, game getting away from Humboldt a bit. Rainbow being held up by Slam Chowder, and then takes an inside and gets past. It was spins and needles that they were able to get away from. And now ready to score. Coming on a scoring pass is Rainbow. But Rainbow is not moving very quickly, exhausted.
Chowder took the pass, but they were ready for it.
So she had to recycle back. Now, got around. Hooray. Got around Hurt Macklin. So Chowder coming from the pivot to the jammer, and the jam being called off. Well, I'll tell you that I can see right now, and so can you. The knockouts are going to call the jams off as fast as they can.
I mean, it really depends. If you're scoring a lot of points and the other jammer isn't getting out, which is what has been happening because Humboldt isn't making it to the point of scoring points, you want to just keep racking them up because this spread here can be taken care of by one of Danger's like intense rounds, you know? So to
18
stay
point-
ahead.
18 points.
Yeah.
You don't think it's getting away from him right now?
I mean, if someone comes out, if all of them end up in the box and someone comes out and just does laps and gets a 20-point jam, that's them caught up again.
Now, you've got two of them in the box right now.
Standing, though, right?
One
Or
is.
One is standing. So one is going to get out pretty quickly. I don't know how long the other one has.
Well, as rough as some of these knockouts are, they might have, 5 to 10. You know what I mean? All right, here we go. It's going to be Muscle Mommy. Great job. Great job by Muscle Mommy. But look at Rockabye Baby. Oh, that's just great defense. And Rockabye Baby is a jammer and went back and made the hit. Are you kidding me? I mean, if you're going to be on
Rockabye just led Muscle Mommy into that tripod in the back. I could see her communicating with her tripod saying, jammer right behind me. They opened up to let Rockabye through and then closed it up on Muscles.
That's just fantastic strategy. Great observation there. Wow. Muscle Mommy comes back to the bench.
But
Those are the
Humboldt put
enthusiasts.
points on the
4-1,
first of the period.
inch
so.
by inch. I think this is a big run right here. Stranger Danger. You've got Hurt Macklin. You've got. Oh!
That was a little directionally. I don't know.
Unbelievable. Hitting, and Stranger Danger gets out. Fantastic.
It looks like someone's getting a penalty, though. I'm not sure. I think
Someone
it's
should get a penalty.
before the jammer, yeah. Or I'm not sure who, but that ref was trying to call a cut on somebody.
Ace of Skates was the one that lowered the boom on Stranger Danger. You've got Ace of Skates. You've got Hurt Macklin. You've got Rockabye Baby. You've got the incredible Party Crasher. These are some of the best collection of blockers I've seen. And now a person that hasn't been in the game a great deal. Number 13, Brooklyn Dodger out there. Fantastic action. 100-75. Humboldt's off to a slow start in this half. One of the most sensational finishes to a half that we've seen all year in that great run by Stranger Danger. But now, a little sluggish here to start out.
It looks like that jammer did go to the box for the cut track that the ref was trying to call. So the knockouts are starting jammer down.
So power jam for Humboldt, but the question is, can you get by this fearsome foursome? Look at them. Look at them gather together. Wow, an impressive bunch. And it's George, the most elusive of the Humboldt jammers in this game. And George cutting in, cutting out. But I'll tell you what, Rockabye Baby and Party Crasher are just two of the better blockers you've ever seen for getting angles. And they've got George bottled up. In fact, all four of them are together now. And George is able to slip away. Oh, but just that at the angle came Party Crasher with a hip check that sent George flying and Party Crasher to the penalty box.
Yeah, that was a little too far out of the engagement zone.
Wow, she doesn't care. You know what I mean? You have people that just send the message
Yes.
outside the engagement zone. I'm going to hit you and go to the box. I don't care.
And it still slows down the jammer and takes them out.
Well, George is laying on the ground and has to call, you know.
Yeah, that power jam wasn't super successful for Humboldt, only getting 2 points because
You know-
their blockers were just solid and not moving against our offense.
For the knockouts, the engagement zone starts when they get out of the car. You know what I mean? They're taking people out in the parking lot. You know it. I cannot believe Buttercup has broken loose. The effort, like a Virgo, in their first game. Oh, my goodness, getting roughed up by, you know, kind of a yin and yang effect between Riled Up and Rockabye Baby, power and flexibility. Here comes Buttercup. This is a Ventura team that is taking control. We're into turn number 3. Things are completely jammed up. Buttercup. That's how to pronounce it correctly. All right. Buttercup over there in the far corner. Fighting. Meanwhile, like a Virgo, my goodness, smothered.
Yeah.
Can't even begin to get some space.
Oh.
Wow, down goes.
Oh.
I have never seen blockers hit like this. They're
The
holding.
knockouts hugging each other. a
They're
little
holding
bit.
each other up. Buttercup getting hit by Virgo. Virgo was spinning, had passed the star. $15:21 to go, a 12-0 run.
Virgo was fighting for their life in that one.
Yes, but unfortunately, not enough. Humboldt has been outscored
Mm-hmm.
by 44-6 to start the second half. And the knockouts, they are in total control right now, doing what they do best, smothering, blanketing defense. And yet, Stranger Danger breaks loose. Maybe Stranger Danger, who had the great run at the end of the first half, can get some energy from all that. Stranger Danger apex jump straddle to the inside. More points. And yet thrown to the penalty box. Oh. Meanwhile, Rainbow on the power jam. Oh. Giving a hand signal. And I think everybody missed the signal because it didn't look like a very coordinated play. And yet,
it worked though.
It would. Rainbow gets through. Man, impressive play, communication, coordination by the knockouts. 120-77, 13:38 to go. Second half. Stranger Danger out of the penalty box. Smiling. Ready to engage. And an apex shove to the inside and riled up. Takes her out in mid-air.
Reaping Rainbows looking pretty tired, but also doing a little bit of the lazy jamming that I was talking about. Of kind of resting and looking like they're more tired than they are, but then suddenly coming through with like a quick move to get them out.
The appearance of jamming.
Yes. It's kind of like lulling the blockers into a false sense of security is what I would say lazy jamming is.
Wow.
They're like, oh, that jammer is tired. We've got them in our pocket. And then suddenly they don't.
How much do you pay attention to the jammers on the other team?
While I'm jamming? I mean, you have to be aware of where they're at and when you should call it.
There's a timeout here. We're going to continue with this questioning. So when you're in the middle of it, you say, like, is lazy jamming a time to take it and assess the situation?
Yes. Assess the situation, see what the other jammer is up to, see what your blockers are up to, and if maybe they're coming to help you anytime soon, or if they're busy with the other jammer. Seeing if you can like tell them, like make eye contact and say like help me, or call for your pivot to pass it, or yeah.
Do you have verbal calls that you yell out?
Sometimes
Help.
yeah, that's a common one. Help me. But usually a lot of my asking for help comes in form of like touching and grabbing. And if I hold on to the back of a blocker, usually they know that means run, like go, and I'll follow you, and I'm going to try to get out, like sneak out around you.
The plays I always really like are these coordinated screen plays that come around when the – and I wouldn't say that's a time when the blocker's hot. They're kind of setting it up. I mean, a jammer.
Yeah.
And the play gets started. Oh! Getting hit time and time again is Muscle Mommy, who's done a great job tonight and made a lot of jams. Look at this intensity.
No.
Muscle Mommy being driven out has to recycle. Pushing and pushing against this formidable team. And, you know, you get the feeling Party Crasher just let Muscle Mommy go after the engagement line, the zone of engagement. But you know what? They are totally ready when they come back around. Like, okay, you get one pass, but time to pay up.
And see, there's a moment of Muscle Mommy kind of just like hanging on them and weighing on them and looking for options.
Well, totally jammed up. Totally gummed up here in turn number 3. Oh! Muscle Mommy recycled back and then was totally laid flat by Party Crasher. They're going to call the jam off.
4 points for Root Force.
Yes, a little too late in a sense. I know there's 10 minutes left, but how to attack this strong knockout defense.
Mm-hmm. He was about to call the 5 seconds, but the other team was not on the track.
But they called timeout.
They called a timeout, yes.
I would think that The knockouts have to pace themselves here for the final 10 minutes. I mean, like you said, they brought a short bench
Yes.
and they played a lot and incredibly well.
But they are all looking in pretty good spirits and not totally worn out and exhausted right now.
Well, they've been the one delivering the blows.
Yes.
Fans still singing and dancing here at Franceschi Hall. 10:21 to go. 123 to 89. Low scoring, hard hitting game. Jam starts. It's Furious George being pushed around, riled up. Who would be an interesting jammer along the lines? Let's see if Riled Up uses some of that incredible flexibility to get through the pack and gets taken down. Shreddy Mercury doing the defensive work there. Meanwhile, Furious George taking on one after the other of bruising knockout defenders. Furious George looking to pass the star. Here, you take it. My goodness. Supersonic. And then Bad Mama Jama. Furious George run out. They're going to have to recycle back through. 9 minutes to go in the game. Derby knockouts 4-0 in this session, 127-89 overall. Riled Up recycles back and gets ready heading into turn 4. And there's a whistle.
A down skater there.
A down skater. Can't see who it is. It's not Furious George.
It's a blocker from the knockouts.
So timeout. Knockouts with a short bench could ill afford to lose a player. So Root Force standing around the player.
We definitely like to shield any down skaters, just give them a little time without everyone being able to stare at them to figure out what's happening.
What's interesting is that must be a policy for the Humboldt team. They're the only ones standing around the down knockout skater.
The other team, I did see some people, but it looks like they went back to their bench. Yeah, maybe all teams don't do that, but I think there's enough people.
It looks like, if I'm going to take a guess, that it's Bad Mama Jama that is down. I see the 8s on the jersey.
That is the only skater with any 8s, or with that many 8s.
Yeah.
All right, looks like they're up.
Things are going to get better. You know, it's not an easy call when the Widowmakers are out there wearing Pendletons and I can't see any of the numbers. Nobody ever thinks about the announcer in those exhibitions.
We only wear the Pendletons for the opening skate out. Otherwise, it's too hot.
So the players that played with the Jetty, North Jetty Betties and the Widowmakers, they just got drafted onto their teams the other night, right?
Yes, the new skaters. Yep.
Is there an even deeper bond and teammatehood with somebody that's a Betty or a Widowmaker?
I have noticed that it's kind of like a personality thing that most Bettys seem to share. Oh, almost.
Party Thrasher
That's a
knocking
cut,
down,
though.
and it's a penalty on Like a Virgo.
Yeah.
Didn't go back and recycle through. Wow. That knockout defense has been incredible. Humboldt has only scored 17 points in over 12 minutes of roller derby. Rainbow is being held in check by the tripod of Humboldt. And look at that. Bianca Swagger's going to knock her out and say, we can do it too. Like a Virgo is back for more abuse. It's being held back and knocked out. The star was passed to Maud Behavior, who is now trying to score some points and does. Gets away. So the star was passed, and Maud Behavior picked it up, or was handed to. She was the pivot and has scored for Humboldt. But now the jam is called off. A lazy jam for Rainbow, and decided to call it all off.
I don't know. I feel like Rainbow had to work pretty hard during that one because they had a power jam for a while, but Rainbow didn't get any points.
Back, nobody scored.
Yeah. So Humboldt
doesn't
was
happen very
actually
often.
doing a really good job holding Rainbow back and hitting Rainbow out and recycling and all of that.
$127.89. Can Humboldt make a run? They have the right jammer, and I think they have Stranger Danger. What kind of player is Paris not?
Paris Snot. Okay. Snot is so interesting because Snot is a circus person and is our personal Gumby in that she can get hit and do all these weird contortions and somehow be upright and still moving forward. It's quite impressive.
Say a circus what?
Circus person, like
What circus does she work with?
I feel like she has connections to like Del Arte folks and things like that. I'm not sure, but she is hard to knock down and like keep down. She's just very resilient.
Humboldt, a more wiry position-based defense. Oh, great move by Riled Up to slide off and take down Stranger Danger, who's forced to recycle out. And now finally Stranger Danger gets away. Buttercup being held up by Humboldt, and then Riled Up comes and cuts out the skates from underneath Stranger Danger, sending them to the floor. That's legal? Apparently.
Apparently, if they didn't get called on a penalty.
You know, I'll go back and do a little sports history.
Okay.
Okay. There were two teams in the 1970s, one a hockey team, the Philadelphia Flyers, one a football team, the Oakland Raiders, that in the first part of a game would create a foul, a penalty so egregious, so, nothing short of like mayhem and murder, that for the rest of the game they wouldn't get penalties on them because it wasn't as bad as that. And I have that feeling about the knockouts. They did some damage early, and now whatever.
Yeah.
That's not as bad as that one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Man. A rough bunch. .441 to go. Chances ticking away for Humboldt in what has been an extraordinary match. Low scoring. Humboldt has met the energy and the toughness.
That was
But-
interesting. I thought maybe the knockouts had a timeout, but they just came skating up really quickly after the 5-second call.
Furious George handing off to
Sugar Rush.
Sugar Rush. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Was on the pivot. Rush trying to get a rush going right here.
Sugar is an interesting jammer because Sugar also does Aikido, and it definitely reflects in her jamming style. She moves like water. She just takes people's force and lets it propel her. It's really interesting.
I think she's got to kick somebody. And while I'm saying Humboldt matched the energy, Humboldt matched the intensity.
Our team
The
is
reality is, it's just nobody has hit harder than this team we've seen tonight.
our team is not a hitting, like you said. They're more of a positional blocking team.
Right.
We have a few hard hitters, but really not. It's not what we do.
I don't know where you hang out and find people like that.
Whoa. Wow. I mean, I personally have my roots in mosh pits, and that helped me.
Well, it has been you said it earlier, playing a team of this caliber will make you better.
Yes.
I don't think anybody is going to surprise Humboldt physically after seeing this team. 2 minutes to go, 137.99. Been a second half of real dominance by the knockouts. They haven't scored as much as they did in the first half. Humboldt's held them to less points, but the reality is that they slowed the game down, and just the intensity of the hitting was able to keep Humboldt from scoring, and that's how they won the game. They just bludgeoned them.
Got 2 knockouts in the box. Made it a little easy for Muscles to get through. Muscles just sneaked by on that last one and called it off before Buttercup could score any points.
You know, the knockouts, they have a true identity. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That is who they are.
I feel like their level of hard hits reminds me of like old Derby. It it was faster for one. We weren't allowed to stop and go backwards the way that we can now. So the game slowed down a lot around like 2012. The rule book changed and allowed all this maneuvering and like really slowed down the game and made more room for strategy and things. But before, we were just flying around the track quickly, blockers doing these big flying hits, and that's how you ended up in the audience.
Wow.
I, for one, am
Flawless.
grateful for the slow it down and the like less intensity of the game now.
Interesting. Well, I would not call this game less intense.
No.
And yet you have to be very proud of Humboldt for matching the energy. The difference in the game was simply the hard-hitting
Yes.
nature of the knockouts.
And because our team doesn't play like that, we also don't practice like that very
Correct.
often. We have a few hard hitters like Swag, like Destroyer, but overall, we don't really hit each other like this.
It's a tough way to play. Very tough.
There are some people in the audience over there doing what the timer is doing. The call out.
Right. There's a woman behind the knockout bench that looks like Betty Davis in What Became a Baby. You know?
The kind of checkered or
Yeah.
plaid.
I like old movies. You know. No, ever became a Baby Jane? That was it.
I can't say it's one that I've seen.
It's a weird movie. Very weird. Well, 1:16 to go. Referees discussing something. This one all but over. Now, will the knockouts go to the shanty and hang out?
I guess we'll see. I mean, they came all the way from Ventura, so I doubt they're going to head back tonight.
No.
That would be crazy.
Crazy.
So I imagine they'll have a place that they're staying nearby and probably stop by the after party.
Now, do you still, now that you've reached the age of 38, do you still go to the shanty? For the
Oh,
after
yeah.
party?
And actually, I am a DJ, so I do a lot of late nights.
You do what?
I'm a DJ, so
Oh,
I do
really?
a lot of late nights.
There you go.
Tonight, I have to split my time between the after party and an all ages goth night that's happening at Mendenhall Studios.
An all ages
Goth night.
goth night.
Yes.
And you're the DJ for
I'm not
that?
the DJ, I'm one of the hosts, but tonight's goth night is all live music. So, like bands, and there's going to be a band visiting from the Bay Area, from Oakland.
And where's this?
It's at Mendenhall Studios. It's an artist collective. It's like a courtyard, catty corner to the Eagle House.
Wow. And do you dress up in the goth? Wow.
Yes.
Who knew?
Wow. Muscles stay
Muscle
strong.
Molly. One last blast for this Humboldt team.
Unless
Great
someone-
job by
Wow. All right.
great
Oh,
job
because
by
their-
Muscle Molly.
Their entire pack was in the box.
Yep. Everybody's in the box.
Oh,
Well, they're back to their old tricks again. Muscle Mommy knocked down. 28 seconds to go.
wow. Muscle Mommy got fierce this round.
Well, Malice did some good blocking.
Cool.
And here comes Hitch 'em Up Buttercup.
Oh,
Buttercup delivering a blow. Buttercup getting hit by
Sugar Rush.
Sugar Rush, knocked out. Muscle Mommy, oh, towing that line, trying to score, and that's your game. Unbelievable. 140 to 118, a close match. 1 point at halftime. One of the hardest hitting games we've seen broadcast. Been fortunate enough to see. I mean, this was really physical here tonight. Your impressions?
This team was a challenge, and our team held their own as much as they could, considering that like half of the team already played in a bout, and they were still came here and were getting tossed around like rag dolls. So I'd say Humboldt put in a good fight to keep the score as close as it is.
Is there an argument that maybe if you're going to have an A game, you shouldn't have those players play 2 games?
Well, this game was supposed to be more BC, is my understanding, but their BC may be different than ours.
Unbelievable. Well, I want to thank you. You did a great job.
Thank
We'll
you.
see you out there. This broadcast, I want to go thank our underwriters again. Underwritten by the Speakeasy Bar, a New Orleans-inspired custom-built bar. Seasonal craft cocktails, local fresh ingredients, live jazz and blues music, and more. Located at 411 Opera Alley. Rennie Public Law Group, providing legal services to public agencies throughout California, practicing public law and public interest. Find out more from RenniePublicLawGroup.com. And A to Z Eye Care, dedicated to providing community with quality vision care through education, technology, and excellent service. Find out more from A to Z.com. October 18th, the next one?
Yes.
And who do you know who the bout is against in that one?
I don't know the names, but I do expect that the 18 bout is going to be a hard one.
Wow, well,
So we'll see.
we'll look forward to that. The teams getting together to take pictures and celebrate the sport of roller derby. What a game here this evening. Want to thank you for joining us on this live broadcast of Humboldt Roller Derby. Humboldt Roller Derby broadcast is produced by Access Humboldt with me, your play-by-play announcer, Paul Brasou, and our color commentators tonight. We had Malice in Wonderland, we had Chakra Punch, and we had Sasha Thrash for an interview at halftime. Our executive producer is Matt Knight. Our broadcast engineer is Nate Dogg. Theme music, Rink Rash by Thomas Chan. Our next live broadcast will be the Humboldt Roller Derby. Will be Saturday, October 18th, 5:45, right here on KZZH 96.7, Access Humboldt, and local voices throughout the community media. Want to thank everyone for listening, and we'll see you on the 18th.